Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hi, Pinky. Hi, Blip. Hi, Ion. Oh, why am I here? Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Double. Oops. There we go. Gonna hide the other one. How doing? How did the dental situation go? Not good, surprisingly. Or sadly. Not that good. Apparently the situation is a lot more dire than I thought, so it's okay though. I'm slowly getting it under control. Slowly. At least it doesn't hurt as bad anymore, you know? It still hurts. But I'm on medication. I think I can explain what's going on, right? It should be fine. So thing is, I went to the dental I went to the dentist. They noticed that the 蛀牙怎样讲啊? What do you call bad teeth? Bad teeth? Okay, let me go Google Translate real quick. Detect language. 蛀牙? Decayed tooth? That's what Google Translate says. So the tooth decayed from the inside, so from the outside they cannot see it. But from the inside it's decaying. So that's why it's hurting. That's why it's hurting like crazy. Right? So they noticed that, and they asked whether if I want to do cavity. Oh, that's cavity. You know, Google Translate was always nice. I only know 蛀牙. I don't know what cavity is. Okay, wait. Detect language 2 Chinese. So that's why right now even when I'm speaking it hurts a little bit, but it doesn't hurt as bad as Monday. So it's all good. I'm back. Cavity. 空腔. Oh, it's not cavity. Yeah. I don't think it's cavity anyway. My teeth is perfectly fine. It's run from the inside. An empty space within a solid object, in particular the human body. Oh shit. That's kind of scary. But no, my teeth from the outside looks perfectly fine. That's not perfectly fine. Well, the appearance seems fine. Know what I mean? Like the appearance of the teeth is okay, but not the inside. Decayed from the inside. So they were asking me if I want to do cavity on wisdom. I don't think there's a wisdom. Hi Angelico. Isn't this convenient? I'm calling my son Chibi Flashy animal. Good. Like a corrupted business. What? Oh shit, too real. But yeah. So they were saying about root canal surgery, which costs like fucking. I heard it cost 1,800 to 2,000 for that shit. That's the first option. Second option is to, get rid of the teeth, pull it off, get that shit out. I was like, yeah, get that shit out. It's run from the inside. You don't know if they're gonna spread. I don't know if they're gonna spread. So they try to pull it out but cannot, because apparently the inflammation inside the teeth apparently is too strong currently. Even the paralysis serum doesn't really work. I still feel the pain from the serum injection. It's like, what the fuck? They injected so much, to be honest. They injected so much, and then it still hurts when they try to pull it out. It's like, and then they're also like, no. So they know for a fact it's inflammation inside. So now I'm taking medication to lower the inflammation before I get the teeth pulled off. That's pretty much the whole situation and what happened 2 days ago, or yesterday as well. Actually, for the past 3 days, I've been to the dentist like multiple times because they're like, oh, appointment. It's like, okay, appointment. It's like, damn. But yeah, that's the whole situation. Now I'm on medication to lower the inflammation. Yeah, they're here. And I also have some painkillers here. They say if the pain gets unbearable, then eat it. Yeah, then eat it. At least now it doesn't hurt. count my blessings, now it doesn't hurt, alright? And also today, I can finally look at Primordial Malzeno. I cannot wait. I want to get bodied. So I heard from Narix that the fight itself is really good. And coming from Narix, it has to be really good. If I know Narix, it has to be really good. So I'm excited. I want to go in, but I cannot be 3D. That's why I'm gonna take some time to get rid of the 3D redeems again. There's so many games that I play that needs me to be 2D. Did Narix also say it's really difficult? Narix did say that it's kind of difficult. Wait, what's this when they changed to throw something in my face? No, it's go eat stuff. Why you call throw something at my face? What the? Oh. It's coming for me. It's coming for me. I'm just gonna jam, it's fine. It's coming for me though, oh god. I cannot run away. I can hide. Can I hide? Nope, I cannot. Let me pause the music. Oh, I just changed the name for some reason. I'm here. Look at my new snoot. God, I'm so glad I have this. It's the jam that's worth 1200 points. I almost say 1200 ringgit for whatever reason. Thanks, Ion. Okay, it's almost done. Just a second. I think that's everything. The jam. Yeah, I think that's everything. Also, on a little side note here, Monster Hunter Rise last played April 24th. Oh, oops. April 24th. It is quite a long time ago. Right now it's like what? Right now it's June 16? Yeah, June 16. June 16, April 24. Yeah, it has been a while. Cavity seems to usually refer to the outside starting damage, but with all my 1 million research, it's right next to internal tooth decay and internal dental caries. It sounds like internal tooth decay to me. Yeah, it's before Street Fighter 6. Yeah, I was playing a lot of games, alright? There's so many games for me to play, to be honest. I love all of them. But I don't have the time to play all of them. Oh, I tried a little bit of King of Fighters 15 last night. Safe to say the matchmaking is still shit, so... Oh no, sorry, it's not shit. It's still absolute dog shit. It is that bad, I'm telling you. Is... KOF 15 XV. Is 15 XV? Matchmaking still broken. There it is. Yes. Oh my god. Oh, during the 27th to 30th 2023 crossplay open beta, most matchmaking issues seems to be fixed for a majority of players. A few users are still reporting bad matchmaking experiences, long waiting time, bad connections. Most likely will be fixed when the crossplay update comes to a retail game. Oh! It's been broken for... This is stupid. I want to play this game. I'm gonna play King of Dinosaurs, man. God. So I play a little bit of King of Dinosaurs on trading mode. I think the game suffers the same problem with Street Fighter 6 a little bit. Albeit Street Fighter 6 is not as terrible. But this game also, well, King of Fighters 15 also have a situation where my down back or down foot, or down left or down right input just doesn't register. Because other games doesn't do that. Only King of Fighters 15 and Street Fighter 6. Like, Damn Strike Hurts is working well. DPFZ is also going well. Killing Instinct is also good. So I don't know what's going on. I'll try to like look into it, I guess. But for now, I will now proceed to become 2D. I'm confused how you got that problem trigger. Same. Same. Don't know how it happened, but it's there. The problem is there. It's terrible. It's a bad problem, I'm telling you. It's bad and sad. Oh yeah, subtitles. Huh. This time I remembered. Okay, I'm gonna open up Monster Hunter Rise. I want to play. I just want to look at Monster Hunter Primordial Malzeno. Oh shit. Why did... Please don't be like me, but I'm not gonna read them. Oh no. I'm terrible. Also, you guys might notice I'm speaking a little less energetic. Or sometimes it feels like my mouth is like sideways. Doesn't make sense. I don't know. But yeah, it's the tooth. The tooth that's like making me hurt a little bit sometimes when I speak. Only sometimes though, so don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, are they gonna compile shaders again? It seems to be the RE engine thing. Sorry if you don't speak as much. Thanks. But I still want to speak a lot. Sometimes. Oh, another thing. I've been playing... Don't know if you guys know this, but I've been playing a little bit of Guild Wars 2 for the past 2 days. And I have to say I'm kind of loving it again. I know I streamed it before. Right? I streamed it before. I did. I totally did. Yeah, MMO game. It gives me a 10-hour free raptor mount. And I'm enjoying the mount a lot. Which build? I'm doing warrior with X and Warhorn currently. And the secondary is just a double X. Did I change any options? Oh, sorry. Apparently changing that changed everything. Okay. $150? Really? What if some weapons seem strong very front line? I like to just go in and cut. Hi Carnine, gonna have the new Malzeno? Oh yeah, I will. I reread the game out. There it is, okay. I reread the game archive and the mod works. Very, very nice. Do I go in with Malzeno's gear? Of course I do. Of course. Whoa, shit, there's a lot of things. Ooh, shiny? Oh my god, there's actually a ooh, shiny event quest. Ooh, shiny. Alright. Alright, we have a ooh, shiny now. Give it to me. Thanks. What the heck is that custom armor? Oh, this is a mod. A mod that replaces Malzeno armor to actual Malzeno. Search it up. You're gonna love it. I'm loving it. Which weapon do I do against Primordial Malzeno? I don't know. I love Switch Axe. Look, it's been months since I last played this game, so I'm probably gonna be rusty as hell. Even though I have 400 plus hours on this game. and 1,000 plus hours of Monster Hunter World. Hey, it carries over a little bit. Is it just me or is the game slightly louder than usual? Did they buff the sound of this game? They buffed it? A bit louder? Yeah, I noticed this one. It's like, huh? Oh. They might have buffed the game. Okay, let me change the settings real quick. Because I see the feedback keeps going to like red. Which is not ideal, not ideal. Oh, they don't have a master volume. Wow, shit. Fuck, well. Oh, that works nice. Well. Oh, no. There. I'll put it at 69, how about that? Or 60%? 60% sounds good. We don't sure if a master volume. I fought this Malzeno several times and already crafted the Switch Axe for new Malzeno. Nice. I love Switch Axe as well. You know, maybe I should play Switch Axe. I love Switch Axe. See, even the last played weapon is Switch Axe. Look at that. It's a goddamn Luna Garen behind me. I love all the plushy weapons. Okay, let's talk to Admiral Gallius. True Switch Axe Hunter, I use nothing else. I use all melee and bow. Because I'm a goddamn melee head. I think I need to lower down the graphics a little bit. It is lagging. I don't know if you guys can see it. Oh my god. Yep. I can have some effect since I'm on 3D currently. Okay, good enough. Well, if I use Switch Axe, I'm gonna get judged. My Switch Axe is bad. All my weapons is like not as good. I'm like half bucket all weapon. Oh no. Damn. I received an urgent message. The Chevaliers have sighted a new variant of Malzeno, and it's already causing chaos and destruction all across the kingdom. That cursed Malzeno again. Does it find pleasure in tormenting our people? It's a stubborn pest, I've given that, but there's something that caught my eye in the reports. Get this, apparently there were no signs of this Malzeno being affected by the curio. This I got the full plushie weapon set. Oh, of course, you have to get the full plushie set. You have to. It's obligated. It's compulsory. In other words, this ain't the same Malzeno we fought before. It's free from the curio, so in a sense, this is its true form. Damn. I haven't even shown you my final form. Lord Frieza, please? Indeed, thus we have decided to name this variant Primordial Malzeno. As if it has traveled through time from the primordial era to the present, it poses an even greater threat than Geist McGurm. I fucking hate Geist McGurm. I fought it too much. 2 months for one goddamn Dragon's Fire. I don't recall ever seeing Malzeno without the curio, but surely it acted alone when it attacked the kingdom all those years ago, no? And if it's no longer under the influence of the curio, then how can it pose a greater threat than Geist McGurm? That's the thing, Phil. Even without the curio, this new Mal has had no problem wreaking havoc all across the kingdom. But to answer your question, the Chevaliers found some records that paint a pretty clear picture of what we're dealing with here. Remember the Archdemon of the Abyss fairy tale? We thought we knew how it ended, but these records continue the story. Previously, we thought it ended with when people's hearts are filled with darkness, it will surface to destroy them, right? But it actually continues with, the Archdemon will summon the Demon Lord, whose silver spear shall deliver its judgment, purifying the land until only ashes remain. Woo! It's common for tales like these to change over the course of time, but I don't like the sound of this Demon Lord thing. Oh, I love. The Silver Seal seems to allude to Malzeno, but what exactly is this judgment the Demon Lord is supposed to deliver? Come on, Theo, purify, ashes. It's a safe bet to assume that this judgment is gonna eradicate the entire kingdom. Eradicate? Foul creature. He has terrorized us for ages and now it threatens us with annihilation? Calm down, Theo, we're not gonna let that happen. But there is something curious about this new Mal's behavior. Even though it's not under the influence of the curio, it appeared just as the anomaly started spreading. I don't know if it's looking for symbiosis with the curio, or if it has some alternate purpose. It's ominously perplexing. The squeaks after sharpening and put away you can have. Yeah. It's not only just sharpening, most of the big hits of the weapons you can hear them. Yawn, hi Narix. Have you doing? Just woke up? Bahari, I don't care what its motives are. If it plans to attack the kingdom, there's only one thing we must do. Troxby, I forgot that's my character's name. We must sally forth. We're the only ones who can stop it. Indeed, our top priority is to ensure the kingdom's safety. And regarding this matter, I have a message from the Queen herself. Brave hunter and vanquisher of the Archdemon, I call upon you once more to lend us your strength. I'm confident that you will honor her request, so much so that I've already registered the urgent quest with Princess Cheche. Okay, this game has a tendency of putting words into the protagonist's mouth, alright? I didn't say I want to do it. I just damn kobold. What am I supposed to do, huh? It's like I'm so confident that you honor her request so much I've already registered the urgent quest. Like, shut the fuck up, man. I don't want to die. Oh, hi, Roxas. Yeah, I'm simping. I'm simping hard today. I'm ready. This will be your most dangerous assignment yet. The future of a kingdom is in your hands, as well as Fiorane's. Okay, that was fun. Oh my god. Hey, today. I have some new information regarding this urgent quest. I have received a report that the locale where Primordial Malzeno was spotted is crawling with curio, and yet Malzeno does not seem to be affected. Could it be trying to establish symbiosis again? What dreadful timing! As if the chaos and destruction caused across the kingdom wasn't already enough. Oh my, look at me being all doom and gloom and doom eternal. Oh shit, speaking of doom eternal, soon. Soon. No matter the challenge, I have faith that you will fulfill your duty. Why you Guild War 2? Why you Guild War 2 as well? Huh? Narix was bringing me like leveling up, and then I heard I think Narix invited you to like some, just hang out, I guess. You declined. And I cry, tears rolling down my cheeks like, oh. I know they will bring light back to the kingdom, just like you did when you defeated the Archdemon of the Abyss. Archdemon of the Abyss. May you and Fiorain return swiftly and safely. Oh, look at the color! Oh my god, I'm gonna come. Sorry, I'm gonna coom. Okay, good. Oh yeah. Okay, let me check the build. What armor am I wearing? Oh shit, I don't think this is the one that I want to wear. Okay. It's okay, I'll... Cool. Okay, cool is the one. Because Switch X is cool. Before I go fight, how do I use Switch X again? I was inside already, before Narek Sax. Inside what? Oh yeah, there, okay. R1 is fucking Chief. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think I'm ready. Okay, if I remember, this overhead change into O, back change into wild swing one time into double bong and then change. It's like the basic combo, alright? But if I want more consistent, change into this, wild swing to once, and then change again. Back change is for more damage combo and faster, I think. For the charge as well? Okay. So, counter. Silkbind move, left trigger, O. RT into... okay. And then... left trigger Y is the big boy. Do... alright. Hi, Brecky. Then you beat the game just to get that armor. Oh, it's a mod. It's actually a Malzeno armor, but modded as like appearing like a real Malzeno. Look at that. It's perfect. But you still need the armor though, so yeah. I can't remember what RT, LT. Okay, R2, L2 lah ho. R2, L2. Huh? Easier? I mean, that's what I need, right? That's only what I need. Nah, I'm ready. I'm ready. This game's easy. Look at this. Well, just R1, R2. Okay lah, R1, R2 lah. They changed the name. I don't know why it's here. Because it's a dog model. Oh, the dog is not. The dog is 2 different boss armor. Oh, there it is. God damn. Oh my god. Whoa. So Malzeno hates Securio. Legend Resurrect. Oh my god, I'm gonna coom. I'm actually gonna coom. Oh god. Damn. Oh my god, he's so chill. I'm sorry, but Malzeno is so chill. I'm gonna cry. Shut up. Nani o kangaeteiru? Oh no. I'm just trying to hit you. Okay. Do I need bugs? Alright, let's drink because I'm scared. I'm gonna die. I don't even know how to play this game anymore. Let's go Doku! Okay, Theo, okay. I'm gonna go get some bugs before I actually fight Malzeno. Chill, she says. Is Malzeno not chill? That just looks too majestic, to be honest. Look, today I'm going hard simpin. Zero chill. It's okay. Oh! It's just me, or is the game more... did they optimize the game? I think they did. I think they optimized the game a little bit because now my PC can handle this game 100%. Look at this. Oh, the music is spooky. Okay, where else is a lot of bugs? I don't remember. Oh, sorry, birds, not bugs. Oh no, do I know if evade extender? Oh, I have no evade extender. I wish this armor was actually in the game. Same, honestly, same. They could literally make this armor with microtransactions. I would buy it, and I hate micro. Sorry. Honestly, yeah. I mean, look at me buying all the plushie weapons. These plushie weapons cost money, and I bought all of them. They even make squeaky noises when you sheath them. And they make squeaky noises when you do big moves. I'd be spending if there's a game that has good enough looking dragon, you know I'm gonna spend. Hey, I know it's simp a lot, but Guild Wars 2, I don't know if I want to spend because the dragon over there, I'm trying to kill them, not, you know, being not be able to play as them. At most, there's mount. Yeah, sky scale, there's mount, but I need to be level 80. You know, 80 is like, oh god, it's not a small amount by all means. Nah, you know what? I think I'm ready. I'm gonna go fight Malzeno now. PvP daily. What? Do you sound a little bit... You sound a little bit different. You sound a little bit different, and I love it already. Oh! Give me 2 seconds. Whoa, mama. Oh damn, I need to relearn this. Oh no. Okay, still have the Psycho Crusher, okay. This one looks different. Are you Valstrax? What the fuck? Why do you have Valstrax move? Tail, okay. So tail is the same. Like, okay. Learning. Bite. One bite. Big swipe, okay. Double big swipe, shit, alright. A lot of scary AoEs, to be honest. Alright, going in. If I know how to fight. Okay, this one is some... Get a jail card. Oh. Wait, why about check? Okay. I'm gonna die 10,000 times. I'm not even gonna complain about it. Ooh, new move. Oh, okay, I have to be fast. Okay, okay. I see you, I see you. Oh, we see you like no tomorrow. Hey, I'm glad, I'm glad. Make it hard as fuck, I'm gonna love this. There it is, thanks Pinky. Like I said, no chill. No, he's chill, he's chill. He's chill, look at that. I love him already. You know, when the game gives you life powder, you know the mission is gonna be hard. Oh, I sort of got hit by that. That's a suck. I know that sound. I specifically know that sound. Wait a minute, wait a second. Hi, Make Large. Oh. Oh, oh my god, okay. That hurts. Did you just morph? Oh, what the fuck? I love it. I'm dead. You actually just morphed. Oh, yes, please. Thanks. I cannot change the camera angle, you fuck. Oh, thanks, dog. Oh no, that's not very visible. I hate it. Don't worry. Blood light? No blood. No. New pin, old suck. Okay. Someone hits. Oh, it hit. It hot. That one hits a cone. Okay. And then a white bug check. Are you? Okay, they're just combining moves now. That was Radiant's move. Hello. Corporate system. Hello. Check. I sense someone is trying to copyright content. Hello. I don't care what this is. Laser? Oh, you morphed again? Oh, fuck. God. I need it. For scientific purposes? Nice. Right, yeah, and see? Breaky gets it. Oh, thanks. Damn, that color, I cannot gonna cool. Feel you're cool, but you're not as cool as Malzeno. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. Oh, that's one part broken. Why bug trap? Blood blight, okay, blood blight, I win. Okay, okay. It's so far kinda manageable. Oh yeah, oh this build doesn't have free meal, I'm gonna cry. Going in. Give tail. Oh shit, I forgot to sharpen. Oh god, 3 times. Okay, I cannot. We dodged that. Lead you. Okay, dog, come here. I need your help. Thanks, dog. You're the best. No, it's good as Malzeno. Shut up. Oh! That's a new move. You sound a little different. I'm not waking up. What you gonna do about him? That's right. Staying on the ground, OP. Whoa. Please nerf staying on the ground. Actually, don't do that. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. This is a terrible situation to be in. Wait, let me look, let me look. Don't get greedy, don't get greedy. Check, check. Counter. I forgot I have the mod on. Counter. Oh shit. Oh, wake up, wake up. No. I missed the suck. Woo, wait a minute. Thanks. Counter. Hey man, stop. No. Oh my god. Two times, sorry. I have to get out. Nice, nice. Why are you Radiant? Why are you Radiant? I mean, I love it. Oh boy. Get the buff, get the buff. Alright. Laser. Okay, all good, all good. Don't mind, don't worry, it's fine. Come here. I'm not gonna engage. All good. Okay, don't worry about it. What's a big counter combo? Hey, I've been doing big combos here. Can I just say this is fun as hell? Like, I know I just started fighting against a Primordial. We? Meet. Oh, I roll into it. Let's go. Meet my friend Snake. Oh. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. All right. Oh. Another one. Okay. Nice, Fiore. Nice. Second morb. Actually deals damage. Oh, I don't think that's a morb. Okay. Actually scary when Malzeno was just running towards you. Oh my god. Was he a fakey dakey? Oh, mummy, I'm running away. Oh, fuck. Oh damn, that looks so good. I'm gonna die to this. And it's gonna be worth. Oh my god, I didn't die. How are you doing? Yeah, love staying on the ground, baby. Actually broken. Yeah, you guys are getting it wrong. Malzeno just want to chill. Eek. All good. Not good. Oh, holy shit. And Malzeno just fast tracks Radiant and everyone. I should have woke up. God damn it. Two times and I'm doing it again. Oh shit. Should have rolled forward. Ooh. Not like this. Why did I do? Ooh. Okay, all good. Oh, nice. Damn, Fiorain. Come here. I'll do it again. I'm sorry. I never do it again. Oh my god. Look, light, hit him. So was I ever confirmed that this Malzeno was dangerous before attacking it? They did say in the legends they say Malzeno is dangerous. I think. Yeah, I'm out of the thing. First aid mad. Oh no. This is bad. Hey. Good dodge. Is that the tail? That is the tail, EG. Damn, that is cool as fuck. Thanks, dog. Thanks. I'm doing it. I don't care. I care immensely. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. I regret my decisions and my deeds. Okay. I mean, this is happening. I'll take it. This is actually cool. It's fine, Malzeno, it's fine. Just... We cool? We chill? We chill? Whoa, Nelly. It's a wild one. God, I forgot. Whoa, wait, you dodge Radiant by rolling forward? Oh, that's jank. I love it. I'll drink again. I'm sorry. Game, I can't see shit. His Radiant tail flip hitbox is a lot smaller than the actual one. Oh, you know, okay, that's actually good to know. Because normally when I roll forward against Radiant, I would just fucking die. Oh, tail. Tail. Oh. I got the tail. Yummy tail. No, we don't eat the tail. That's a big bug. Oh, damn, okay. Got him. Oh my god. Whoop you counter. Going in, I don't care. I am Switch X main. I'm not. I play up fuck. Hit me. Yeah. Oh shit. That got saved or something? That looks unfinished. That's the pin? Oh, the suck is way better. Yeah. Yeah, just one step and then okay, I got the start there, now just gonna drop you down. No, it's not that good.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. You're nearly at the best surprise. Hey yo, let's go. Hey man. Quick! No! Shit, back! Oh yeah, oh my. Wait, whoa, what the fuck? You look different? God, what the fuck? I need... Hey. Theo, keep distracting him for me. I can't take good pictures! Dude, that is looking hot as fuck. Oh my god. Lemet form?
Emotional damage!
We're not even helping him. He's trying to chill. I'm checking your move. I'm checking your move. I'm checking. I'm checking. Almost died. Malzeno is kind of a zoner. If you like get close to him, he's kind of weak when you're like just like mad close to it. Like Malzeno only has like 2 moves that can get us away from him. See how good he zones? That was so late. I pure skill, I call skill. Goddamn, Malzeno is like triple hot now. Fuck. I'm going in. I regret my decisions, my deeds. Oh, hi Blaster. Hey yo, it's been a while. How you doing? Oh, meat. I haven't taken pictures yet. Can I check pictures here? I can, right? If I go camera, album. Why can't I only take square pictures? The fluff. Doing alright. Studies going so-so. Midterms too. Oh shit. Midterms already? Damn. Good luck with midterms. You got this. Okay, let's eat. Nice, I win. Stink? Brain today is not braining. Honestly, same. Oh, are you limping? Why are you limping? You're just moving around. What are you doing? Ugh. Goodbye, world. I love this game sometimes. All good, man. All good. Look, it's just a Nova, man. It's just a Nova. Don't worry, look at this. I win. Where's the Dragon Rest? Defender medic? Yeah. Falling for Nova? Yeah. I'm a fraud. Hey, I've been doing just like tanking the Nova. It's easier. I don't need to dodge them. Did I not eat it? Just gonna go eat my lunch. Okay. Have good lunch. Don't die. Oh, I'm gonna die. Don't worry about it. Like, there's no doubt. 200% I'm gonna die. I'm not even gonna doubt it. I'm 200% gonna die here. Let me try to play it safe. Thanks, Wall. Pull up like Q. Oh. No way, that's not it. There's more? There's more? There's more? There's more? There's more? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. There is more. There is more. There is more. There is more. Oh my god, there's more. I mean, I would not want to kill Malzeno, but in this game, we have to kill it, I guess. Oh, look at that! It's the one and only Malzeno. God damn! He's trying to resist the Curio, right? Yeah. Yeah, you fuck, help him! No, help him, stupid! Don't look at my neck. Good. Yes! Best game, best game. Right, see? It's not that hard now, isn't it? Yeah, this is the best. The first time, no killing. First time, actually. How can it be peace with the hot Malzenos in my hair? See, Bricky gets it. Like, I have to say. Every time Bricky gets it. I need my hot dragons in my area. Or else I cannot sleep, alright? Okay. Oh, thanks for chopping Malzeno's tail off. Once this Sano is slay it now, yeah, it's kind of sad that we have to slay it. Hey, good work, you two. Now it's time for Hazard. Okay. The kingdom's safe and all's well that ends well. Wanna have a party or something? I'm dying for some dango. Barry, did you even read the report? There is no time for celebration. There are many things we must still consider, and regarding the true meaning of the fairy tale, we were way off the mark. I guess you're right. Well, let's recap then. So, it turns out Malzeno repelled the archdemon, and it was actually protecting the kingdom the whole time. People from the past must have viewed him as some kind of savior, so they made that tale out of reverence and respect. I used to feel enmity towards the creature, but perhaps I have some rethinking to do. Good. Perhaps not. While it is true that we have still much to learn, there is no need to rethink your feelings. Shut the fuck up, Admiro, sorry. Yes, in a way, the kingdom was saved by Malzeno. It returned to stop the curious spread, however. It was merely only defending its territory. Do not forget what we have lost and those who have suffered injury. Admiro, you fuck. I hate him. I hate Admiro. We are not protecting our territory. We are protecting the peace of Her Majesty's people. There's the decisive difference there. Okay, you're all high and mighty then, you fuck. Our mission remains the same. Protect our people, be proud that the responsibility falls on you and the order. You're right, of course, Mero. I will continue to fulfill my duty as a knight of the Royal Order. Good. Then now we're finally done with the heart-to-hearts. Wish you to relax a little, yeah? We got rid of the biggest threat that the kingdom has ever faced, thanks to me, haha, Druxbeard. I think we can leave it at that. And for once I agree with Bahari, I think it's time to pat ourselves on the back while we starve ourselves with some dango, yeah? There's still per lanty of dango left, everyone. Eat to your heart's content. I must thank you again, Druxbeard. Your heroism has once again saved our kingdom. Her Majesty is extremely pleased as well. I've been told she's writing you a thank you letter as we speak. She even said she wants to give it to you in person, and with everything you've done, I imagine that's gonna be one long letter. You saved the kingdom so many times now. Who knows when it will be done? You might die of old age before you get to read it. As someone who has lost his home once, I have to say that your actions to save both Kamura and the kingdom have moved me deeply. I cannot count how many times I've told you this already, but thank you. As long as you are here, we shall overcome anything. The kingdom still needs you. We all do, of course, myself included. We may be at peace now, but who knows how long it will last. Please, would you not consider staying here? Phil, I understand how you feel, but we must consider Druxbeard's feeling as well. They have their own home to look after. Do I? Yeah, I guess. There has to be more, right? There has to be more. Why? Because there's no, like, ending credit scene or cutscene. You know? Like, for all those Monsanto things, that's it? This is so half-assed. Credits already rolled? That was the credit was good, but you know what? I should not be complaining. I wouldn't want to sit here for 8 minutes to just listen to some music and just let some word pass by. I'll take it. I'll take it. No, I'll take it. It's fine. Amatsu was supposed to be the last monster. Did Amatsu roll credits? I don't remember. Go to option and roll credits again or whatever it is. No. I'm good. Because this just doesn't feel officially ended. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel official enough. But hey, I count my blessing because I don't need to listen to the credits, ending credits for like 10 hours again. Oh, they're referring to Kamura, okay. Be that as it may, Drogtweet, we have overcome many tribulations together, and a strong bond unites us. I fucking hate you, Amaro. To me, that bond is strong enough to consider you family. I don't consider you as family, I consider Malzeno as family. Fuck you. I am sure everyone here agrees. We do indeed. Think of it as your second home. You're always welcome here. Please visit us anytime, every day if you like. I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but we're not quite done yet, are we? The problem of the curio still remains. And as long as it remains, we are gonna need your help. Please say you'll stay. Come on, you know you want to. Curio kill, you have many family and home, Finn. Yeah, you know what, yeah. I'm getting carried by muscle memory right now. Feels good, man. No, it's just a chill time of slaying stuff. True. Is there armor? You gave that Primordial Malzeno a run for his Zenny, huh? Fantastic work. So I had a look at the materials you brought in and have to say, wow, this is some primo stuff. Legendary even. And if you want me to bang out something for you, I can make you some legendary gear. All you're gonna do is ask. Well, what do you say? Weapons are made using Primordial Malzeno material possess a special quality that increase self-recovery with dealing damage when the blurring skill is active. Always, oh my god, OP? It's not virtue, right? No, it's not virtue. There it is. I mean, I want to say it looks cool, but it's not Malzeno. Blood Awakening? Booster attack for a certain period of time depending on how much health you regain when landing attacks. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Stand up a little bit. Got burst? Yeah, it's like all the good stuff is here. All the killing doesn't like much skill. Look at the slots. I mean, the slots gotta be massive, right? Yeah. This is close to being Fatalis armor, you know? Primal skill. Cloudy Moonshard? Is Cloudy Moonshard Lucid Naga? I think it's Lucid Naga. Volcana Crystal, Primordial Bloodstone, Flaming Espinas. Fucking contrary scale. Oh no, this is gonna take 10 years. God. Alright, let's play OP weapon. I wanna win, so let's play OP weapon. I'm invincible.
TTS test.
TTS test? Oh my god, this good shit on me. Fuck. Huh. Is it like this? I mean, it's not bad. I'll take it.
Kobo, look at the weapon.
Oh, okay, okay. I will look at the weapon. It's not this one, right? It has to be a new one? A new tree? Oh, the... What the fuck? Wait. Wait a minute. Wait, something's fucky here. No, something's wrong here. Yeah? Does that go for all the weapons? Oh my god, it does. Oh shit. Oh shit. The Primordial helmet is also perfect for you. Helmet? Only helmet? It's a skill. Oh! Maximum blood, right? Blood awakening. Ah, they separated the blood awakening. Fair. I'm gonna make this full set like 20%. Can I upgrade my armor again? Oh, is that the maximum? I can't upgrade my armor? Shit, no one told me anything. God. Well, let me upgrade it so that I have an easier time, I guess. Not sure if it's gonna make any difference, to be honest. There, okay. Now I'm stronger, kinda. I don't even have like the augment thing. Ah.
Verily, it brings me great delight to witness that the equipment befitting such a legendary being seems to match its grandeur with resplendent elegance.
True. Everything is fitting. No, the strongest monster in the game. No one can tell me otherwise. No one can tell me otherwise. Do I have hazard? Is it like in event? Although I'm quite surprised that I did it first try. But hey, I'll take it. Buffoon's buff baboon swoon. What? Ooh, shiny? Ooh, shiny? Literally want my yip redeem. Something silver, breathless fire, and it's in the way of my precious treasure. If you distract it for me, I'll teach you a cool pose. Maybe share some of the loot with you. No failing quest. I am failing it. Wait, do I not have the quest? No way, right? Part of the normal hunt? Oh, it's normal, not MR. Okay. Ah, primordial pests. You calling him pest? This game, I swear to God. This thing's gonna be a lot tougher this time. To be honest, good luck. Sure. I mean. Nah, single player only. No. One. I don't need to bring anyone. I only need to bring me and me alone. That's more than enough. Do I not have Garam? Oh, I do have Garam. Okay. I thought Garam was like, cool. Insta-block, shield charge. Shield tackle, spiral thrust. Oh. Before I start this, let me check my phone real quick. Okay, done. I got this, you know. I got this. This quest is easy. Alright? Easy. Let's go. Oh shit, I forgot to check. How do I use lens again? Oh shit, we fight. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is absolutely terrible. Oh no. Why are we fighting here? Okay, let's see. I have all these. I'm gonna need a lot more things. Let me bring more. Okay. Befitting arena? True. You know what? Fair. It does. It does. And I also upgrade my armor, so I should be strong enough. Run around, get to the box. True. Look at the good side of things, huh? Can I use it here? Oh, yeah, I can. Hey, I'm back. Okay. Ding, bang, ding, bang. Alright. Dogs, I'm not ready. Stop. Oh god. Well. Here we go, baby. Think I'm scared. Still got it. Oh! Wait a minute. Wait, Narix, give me a second. I cannot read it now. Oh shit, okay. Oh shit, alright. I tried. Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh boy. Need my sharpness back. Dog, help! Thanks, dog. You're the best. I mean, lens is kind of OP, doesn't it? I just block and I win. Okay, I cannot block that. I'm sorry. Woohoo! I'm alive? I'm dead? Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, I will not talk shit ever again. I am so sorry. Hey. Mission in this game is sumo stuff. I think it has like the kabuki dance, I think. I think kabuki dance can be considered as like sumo stuff. That too, I think. Oh fuck! I bit my teeth. Shit. Give me a second. Ow. Why did I bit my teeth again? I don't know. Alright, all good, all good, all good, all good. It's kinda ouch. Don't worry about it. Alright, I'm back for a rematch. Flank them together. Something like that, yeah. Whoa. Let's change the playstyle a little bit. Oh shit, I regret my decisions and my deeds, I'm dead. Okay, as a lance, I tend to want to block everything. Let's not do it. Let's not try to block everything. Lesson learned, okay, I'm sorry. Good golly, Malzeno, you don't have to do them like this to me, man. God. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, look at this. No devs. Oh my god. Oh. Woohoo! Oh my god. I forgot the sequence. That just suck, but I cannot get hit by that. Hi, Dom. I'm sleepy. Okay. It's okay, Dom. Go sleep. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, I cannot block that. Can I wait for you to come here? Oh, the turtle! Oh, new move. Not a new move. Don't exist on the other side. Easy. It's not easy. Okay, I have the charge move, I forgot. Oh, second hit, I forgot. Should have waited for a little bit. Oh! Damn. I didn't even do it. Can you? Can I? Thanks. Oh. 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 I have to dodge. A blood blight curses you. I have to dodge it. I have to block it, sorry. Oh. One bug, baby. Okay, remember, do not try to block. This is so stupid. Another one. Blood blight. Normal blood blight. I hate it. It's okay. Blood right. Easy. Oh. Whoa, Nelly. Chill. Chill. Oh, I have to run. I know this thing. Okay, learning. Please aim properly. That's all I ask. Why am I still trying to block that? Look, like, keep attacking. I'm trying. Your skill. I call skill. Two beans. Why did I try to do that? What? Oh boy. Yeah. Learning? I am absolutely learning. I'm playing on my head right now. Oh. Oh, hi, Pensinia. Block him, block him, block him. Why? Why? Wow, mama! The delay! Ow! All good. Don't worry about it. I feel it. I almost won. That was so close though. What weapon should I try again? Should change my into insomnia. Oh, is it the insomnia again? God. Sorry. Sorry about that. I mean, I don't know if I can help it. Gonna help with this, but still hope you all the best, you know, tackling this situation. Yeah, lack of sleep is rough. I was talking to Toz the other day, and then Toz is also like suffering from more sleep deprived than insomnia, I think, but they are like similar. Similar to a point, not really like the same, but still. No lack of sleep. It's terrible. Alright, let me see what weapon do I want to play. No, as much as I want to like just breeze through the quest, this is also my like, you know, coming back of Monster Rise after a few months, you know? So, gonna enjoy this game as much as I can. It's all good. I've gotten used to this. Oh god. No. I should really have like... Yeah, this as like the... Oh, great sword? Oh yeah! Okay, good. And great sword is OP, don't worry about it, I win. Like, impossible to lose. Impossible. A potion and mega potion. Okay. Get this. I mean, my great sword strat is just get to this as fast as possible. This. I mean, I'm here I'm here trying to tank Primordial Malzeno's hits. I don't know how that's gonna work, but hey. Hey, worth a shot, huh? Worth a shot. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna win. Why are you so sensitive? Ooh. It's kind of bad, isn't it? Ooh. Ooh. Damage. Oh, I mean, I'm trying to rage slash the hits. Tackle is good. Like NGL is also pretty good. Like this. No. Okay, that's a horizontal hit. Okay, okay. Yep. take the big hit with tackles like in World. I think most hits other than unblockables, yeah. I think it scales with your guard up skill, but I could be wrong. Uh-oh. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Let's not do that anytime soon, yeah? Blood blight attack. I cannot dodge it. I'm dead. I lied. I never die. If I would present TCS rage by tackling. Oh, can right? It's a world thing. Like you hold charge tackle, and then you hold charge tackle again into TCS. Yeah. Ah! What do you mean? I can't see shit. Okay, don't worry about it. Up the rear. Hey yo, not in public. Oh god. Also, I have a goal today. I have an unspoken goal today that I need to do this. Oh wait, no. It's this one. I think Dragon Resistance is helping me to tank some hits. Some of the hits doesn't hurt as bad. Just gonna eat all these. Just gonna eat all these. Mmm, delicious. Going in. Itch. It's not going for the love it. True. That's why I say it's unspoken one. Word, oh my god, I'm in pain. Whoa, that tracks a little bit more now? Okay. Don't worry, I have fish. I have no... I'm getting zoned out. Whoa. I don't know if it's that worth. Okay, it's kind of worth. Whoa! All good. Never panic. Never panic. This game easy. Oh, I'm panicking. Woo! Another hit. I'm sorry, was that cool or was that cool? Oh, got him. Yeah. I hate it when this happens. Don't worry about it. I am a great sword main. Don't question it. I am. Oh yeah, I am definitely a great sword main. Huh. Gonna be picking out Rise with a few friends since we finished World Iceborne. Rise is different, but I don't know how much different. There are big things to keep in mind. I think the big things is just more mobility in general. And all the weapons are pretty fun now. I'm getting zoned. I'm dead. I got thirsty. Weapon thingy and weapon riding seems like two things to remember. These two big things. Worst game already? Really? I mean, I do spend like 1300 hours on World. Like, I think both game has their own appeal, yeah. You can get drunk anymore. Oh, okay. True. Yeah, this game terrible. You cannot get drunk. Fuck. This game, 1 out of 10. Can't believe it. I didn't see that you cannot get drunk anymore. Yeah, where we can get drunk, it's so good. You know, I feel like World is a more attention to detail with environment designs and game interactability. I think that's the two things that they sort of focused on in the Monster Hunter World. In Rise, they actually focus on gameplay, so it's like, yeah, I think it's not bad. Gameplay. Get him! Morb. God. I'll take it. Blood Blight, let's go! Oh! The heals are insane! Oh! Wait a minute! Not in public? Oh god! Wait, what the fuck? That deals 10,000 damage? Wait a minute. That's different. Blood Blight? Okay. Why? All good, all good. What is this again? It's not. Whoa, free? Nova? I thought it's gonna be Nova. Nova? Well, sort of, I guess. Ooh, the heal. Oh god. DRG Season 4. Wait, Deep Rock Galactic is Season 4 now? Sure. Yeah. Help! Hit me! Okay, okay. I'm gonna... Okay. Don't get hit, don't get hit. I got hit. Goodbye, world. I got hit. No! Honestly, though, Great Sword, not bad. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Did something happen? I missed the chat. Okay, Season 4 editions are pretty fun, albeit it feels a little bit lacking in content when compared to the previous ones, but it's free, so no complaint there. Okay. A lack of content... Sorry, my chair is being very noisy. I'm trying to find a very nice position to sit. But less... Is it like... less content? Or like less things to do? Taking the combo models are quite broken at the moment as they crash the game. The creator is working on fixing it. Oh, thank goodness. If only could sumo wrestle Malzeno instead of weapon. You mean like those koi? Head charge? Head charge? Gonna charge in Malzeno head first? I can respect that. Okay, let's try the other weapons. What else do we have? Bow, I'm gonna die. Spin to win. Spin to win? I never tried spin to win with... Yeah, sure. What? Garen Golem? No. Ew. Slap Malzeno and push it out of the ring. I would know he's fixing it. Part of the reason I'm still awake was because I was helping with troubleshoot issues. Oh, wow. Doing Dragon's Works out there. Dragon's Works. Kobold appreciated. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to play Deep Rock Galactic again with Kobold models. Haven't played the game in a while. Okay, air dash, right? Just air dash. just air dash. Okay, I win. I win. Oh wait, I forgot to check what Narek sent me. Oh. Oh. That's a very enhanced snoot. that is a very enhanced snoot. Hey yo. Oh my god. Actually enhanced snoot. I love it. The snoot. The snoot is so good. I should sleep, yes. Want a bit of a chill kobold vibes before attending sleep. Oh. Hopefully the vibe helps you sleep off, sleep a little bit, helps you feel a little bit sleepy. The one who voices the kobolds is probably another community reason. The kobold. I mean, that's it, right? Oh, they didn't even nerf it. Okay, good. Yeah, gonna force myself to eat night. Okay, Fancinia. Good luck sleeping. You have my best wishes. Oh, I need to charge it to be Bakugan. Not Bakugan. Sorry. Gasin. What was it? Beyblade. How do I get it to Beyblade again? Shit. Muscle memory, help me. Holy shit. This is not good. I really don't know how to play this weapon. Is it like this? Oh, it's spinning. Okay. What? Is it spinning? Oh, it's not spinning anymore. Let's go, armor. Shit. Not good. Oh my god. Can I just like empty charge? Oh, I can empty charge? Okay, okay. Oh, that's so much faster. Okay, okay. Spin. Spin. Oh my god, Spin lost? Spin. Oh my god. I cannot speed this one. Okay. Help. I mean, yeah. Oh, wait, what? That is so fast. I still can't react to that one yet. Might be dead. Ooh, haven't seen this move in a while. I still got hit. Oh my god, I cannot dodge for shit. Oh, I dodged the wrong way. Oh! I'm just getting bodied. I don't think I can use this weapon. Damn, I'm just getting bodied. Oh, that's the first? How? Bang, bang, regain. Bang. Oh, I'm missing a lot of supine moves. That's probably why. This is a supine move, by the way. Oh my god. I'm bad. I'm bad at this weapon. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead, I lied. I'm just healing. I can wait for that. For now. I have the wrong mode on! I have the wrong mode on, I cannot block! I don't feel good about this weapon? Like, I have no basics with this weapon. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing with this weapon. I am shaming all of the charge blade main out there. I'm just shaming them currently because I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Is that Sonic? Is that Red Sonic? Is that Knuckles? Go with late lunch. Okay. Have good lunch. What? Yeah, we can have fun. Oh, it's good. Nice. Oh. Oh, things are looking good. Somehow. The spin to win is too strong. You can always allow not to force it to kill this. Oh yeah, sure. I got this, don't worry. I can't aim. Oh! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm gonna spin still. Oh my god, I'm getting cornered. I'm gonna spin still. I'm gonna regret my decision. Oh god. Oh boy, why am I still spinning? Why am I not healing? Oh, okay, I did heal. I'm sorry. Oh, damage. I'm in the wrong mode again. I'm at the wrong mode again. I hate it. I think my best run by far is the lens. But then again, lens is kinda just easy mode, to be honest. Like, lens is pretty strong. Oh wait. Did I not take this? Oh, I did, okay. Oh, oh my god. I'm a goddamn wizard. Oh my god, I can armor through that shit. That is actually... Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, world. Oh, I did too early. Actually, I did too early. That went well. The spin continue. The spin never stops. Oh, oh wait. I'm gonna spin still. You cannot stop me. Okay, I'm gonna spin still. Okay, I'm just being stupid. I'm gonna spin still. Who needs healing when you spin? Okay. Too early to faint. Not yet. Turn 1 AR. I think my AR is just 90 something. Oh no, my AR is 106. 106. Is this just me, or does it feel like the spin to win is the way to go? Like, as stupid as this sounds, it might just work. I'll try again with the spin to win. Like, I feel moderately hopeful with this. Always spin no matter the viability. True. Always spin, never stops. I don't think I'm missing anything. Can block attack senses switching under either X or switch mode. During the switch, follow element discharge slash damages increase. The shield is raised to block incoming attacks. So okay, right trigger Y is like very important. So R2 triangle, okay. Counter morph slash makes you block earlier. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, this is the spin, okay. But the whole animation is about 1.6 times longer. Oh my god. So you're stuck in animation after blocking a lot. Okay. Has block frames but is slightly later than compared to CMS. This sounds very minus. We're playing Street Fighter now, huh? If an attack successfully blocked, files are filled into various attack focus actions. Maybe I should do this as well. But then again, it's like... While guarding a heavy knockback leaves you in sword mode and lowers your guard reaction so you're able to chain sword X attacks. What the hell is this? I use CMS as a frame 0 block. Oh, it's frame 0. Shit, okay. They're both fast. I got this. Oh. It does seem a lot more sluggish. Yeah. Both switch stance has block. Even this. From axe to sword even has a block. Revealing back from axe is a lot slower. Feels like it. Because usually it's just like a spin and then it's back. But now it's like and then they're trying to do a big stab. Don't know how I feel about that. Both ways has a bigger block frames. Okay. I'll try to make use of that then. I'll try anyway. X to swim is shoot front first. X to sword swing first, then shoot up. I don't know. When you see the shield in front of you, that's when you're blocking. How about ready stance? What's this? Is that block? Oh wait, no, I'm... That's a block, right? I can use that. Oh no, wait, that's weird. Wait, that's weird. Oh boy. I don't recognize that. Ooh. Another one. I don't think this is a good idea, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm dead. Goodbye, world. Woo. Oh, another one? No. Oh! Oh, flip like, attack, attack, attack. I'm dead. I'm dead. Attack, attack. Wait, I don't have flip like anymore, I'm stupid. No, right. Boom. Get him with the bong. Another bong. All free. Okay, I'm gonna heal with fish. That's a morph, right? Okay. I still don't recognize the Nova, to be honest. This is like a pseudo Nova. Ow. I don't know how to use that. Oh my god, I can react to it. It's so fast. I think my guard pack is too high. I don't know what to follow up afterwards. Oh, it hit me! Thanks. Not... Oh god. Everything's fine. I did it 10 years earlier, but it's fine. I'll take it. If the game wants to be merciful, I'll take it. I'm supposed to be dead. Whoa! I don't recognize that. Oh. Oh damn, I'll take it. Blood Blight 2, I'm gonna heal. Charge the shield to improve guard levels. Oh, it would do that? Okay. It's okay, man. Been to win. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not the suck. No suck? Oh my god, I'm dead. Dead. I mean, even though I can react to that, where should I dodge that one? Sideways? Definitely not forward. I should try sideways. If you can get the time in the 8 frames of rolling is enough. So even forward is enough. Done it a few times on purpose? Okay. So first I need to react to it. Then I need to recognize the animation first. It looks like a blocking stance, but no, it just charges in and knocks you back. Need to recognize that one, then roll on purpose. I mean, this is not bad, right? Only faint once. Yeah, the wing's like a shield. When he raises the wing like a shield, that's where I roll. Let's react to that first. Oh. More? Oh, it actually aims upwards? Damn, that's crazy. What is this? Ninova? I'm gonna spin and heal. Look at that. Ooh! I'm not actually gonna heal properly. 3, let's go. I'm dead. Oh! Yeah. I decided not to wirefall there and I died for it. Does that boost like a lens shield charge thrust combo? It's all because I decided not to wirefall. I don't want my first win against a final boss to be another longsword. Because last time when I fought Fatalis, it was longsword that gets my first win. I don't want to do that again. I mean, too much weep sword out there. Oh my god, really? Alright, this time very ready. Ooh. Whoa. Nice. Mini nuke? Uh-oh. Wait, what did you do? Just play it slow. It's fine, just play it slow. Be careful. Oh, okay, nice. Lurk for care, okay. Take care of yourself, Pinky. Oh my god. I'm just trying to sharpen. Okay, heal. What do you do? What do you do? Nothing? Should have healed, I'm dead. I have no chance to heal. I have no chance to heal. No. Yeah, I mean there were a few times where I can just sheath my weapon, but I don't have quick sheath. It's gonna take a long time for me to sheath my weapon. I'm gonna die. Is quick sheath good? Really stands for a quick block? Ah, fuck. Do people use quick sheath for charge blade? It's okay. Like ready stands for quick block, but then I feel like if I block with quick block, eh. But the impact would be still too big because I didn't charge up the shield. Alright, let's try the weapon. Let's have a fairly... this one. Sword and shield. This one is not Malzeno armor. Oh, cursed. Oh, wait. This one... On sword and shield I feel a little more confident since I have a lot of mobility. I got this. This quest easy. This quest easy. Those steps didn't count. Those steps, they weren't there. You guys didn't see it. Didn't happen. Stream just started. What do you mean? What's the sword and shield? You know what? Let me go training area for a little bit. Sword and shield. I think I just used Falling Shadow like 10,000 times. Or maybe this. It's one thing, I guess. But what's the point of that when I have this? Yeah, I just Falling Shadow a lot. It's great too. This one causes 2 hits. If I want, I can use this. Okay lah. Ichi. Let me get into a good sitting position. You know, I need I need maximum comfort. Give me a second. Oh shit. Alright. I am sitting like a... I don't know what this looks like, but it's like draw me like one of a French girl. God, I need to invest in a new chair. This chair is so noisy, it's insane. Okay. Oh wait, I don't have fruit. Oh no, wait. What is this build? I don't have quick eat? I'm dead. Why? Oh wait, I'm not wearing Malzeno armor. That's probably why. Don't you hear it on stream? Okay, thank goodness. I mean, I'll be terrified when you guys can hear it on stream because they'll be extremely loud. Not saying that it's already not loud. It's already quite loud, to be honest. Okay. Okay. I don't have Gobbler. I'm a little bit scared. I rely on Gobbler so much. Ooh, okay, let's go. Come here. Okay. Wow, that hurt. Wait a minute. I'm already dead. What? I'll take it. Ew. Oh, I almost recognized that. I didn't recognize this. But still. Man, without Gobbler, I feel like I'm just struggling. I really need that Gobbler. Grandpa Mouse fighting Kid Mouse. It's like, Grandpa, I want a new what's the newest console? I want an HTC Vive VR headset, Grandpa. It's like, no. PS5? Does feels? Yeah, you know what? PS5 does feel like quite new, yeah. Ask her, oh yeah, Grandpa, I want a new graphic card. And Grandpa's like, what? What the hell are you talking about? What is a graphics card? I wanna eat it. Oh! I panicked 10,000 times fold. God, as much as I want to just rebuild the sword and shield, you know what? This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. At least respect by eating, you know? You know, I always have this never give up mindset. Maybe I play too much fighting games. Like, no matter in what kind of situation you're in, no matter how dire, never give up. That's how I feel anyway. Come on, man. It's too short. I'm gonna cry. That was it, right? Woohoo! Whoa! The lingering hitbox. Woohoo! Nice. Oh, that's fast enough, okay. Oh my god, man! It's fine, just drink while running backwards. Oh wait, I'm blood blighted. Is that what I think it is? Oh, why now? Okay, all good. Did not panic. Not even 1 second, don't worry about it. Oh, blood blight, why would you be gone now? Fuck! Ow. Oh, blood blight very short, no wonder. Okay lah. You know what, that's fair, because I feel like blood blight is not actually a blight, it's helping us. I feel like blood blight is the good blight. With the heals. Alright, let me change up the set. My god, what is this? Fire resistance? What was I fighting again? Oh, I have the all resistance one. Oh, yeah. Fate? Bloodline is not natural to prime. Oh, hey, that is actually right. Didn't think about that. Refusing a curio, yeah. Why the fuck am I getting Fate and not Gobbler? Where's my brain thinking? 4 cornerstone, 1 attack. How much is attack? Level 7, okay. It's like how Espina's fireball has short poison duration. Yeah. A short poison duration, and also, I mean, all the elemental blight for Espina's is like very short. Akuma, there it is. Alright, that one doesn't count. Let's try again. One thing I'm liking about this though, I have evade extender on SNS. Evade extender on SNS. The fireball is only infused with poison cause of the numbing poison toad. Yeah, it's something like that. When they put lore into the game, it's so adorable. I love it. Aslow's skin sect, huh? Oh, it's a mod. Aslo just goes, oh my god, I kind of want to play it. I'll look for it afterwards. It's like a it's like a little small Aslos chasing. Oh my god. There we go, my god. I'm sorry. I bonked the mic. Now I'm ready. Actually reacted that, let's go. If I extend the pog. Where's the sleep toad? Oh, that mod? Okay. Thanks, Nanix. Why are you rolling to it? I forgot about it. Oh my god, I'm thinking, yep, hit feeling. Oh! It's safe. Oh, good. Not good. Oh my god. All good. That was a bad roll. Ooh. Hey Jade, I saw that. How you doing? Oh my god. Look at the block. Oh. Oh my god. I mean, as much as I want to get sucked, not now. Woo. Flip light. Oh god. Don't bet on it. All good. Woo. Malzeno daddy. Woo, yeah. I feel that to a personal level. Oh my god, you would just do it raw? I don't recognize that move. Do it again. Oh, what the fuck is that damage? Surviving. Another one. Oh my god, I'm gonna survive. Dog, help. Hi, SC. Ow! Ow! You ever try SNS versus him also? Oh! How much I can just do the shield bash parry? Oh! Is it the Shoryuken? I got this. The block heavy? There's a heavy attack in this game? Block? This one? Is there like a perfect parry timing? Can I cancel? Will it do like a counter or something? Is this a guard? Oh no! No! My guard level sucks. I didn't even get any level. It's okay, I'll play with my own style. Falling Shadow spam. If you parry something, you can go straight into Perfect Rush. Oh! That's new, alright. Oh, that is actually good. Nice, 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 nice. Ayo, ayo. Bang the wall. Where's the other bug? Bang the wall. Bang the wall. Double stun. Oh, that was a Guilty Gear counter. Counter. My game is kind of a modded mess. Don't worry about it. Hey. Oh my god! Shouldn't have delayed it. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, I'm getting Dragon Blighted? Oh shit! No one told me Malzeno can cause Dragon Blight? Question mark? Wait, I'm still doing good. Oh, it's gone. Woo. Oh my god, I couldn't block in time. Ooh. Another one. fish. Eat the fish. Nice. Oh, I don't like that. Oh! Wait, it's causing Dragon Blind now somehow. Oh my god. Block him. I'm blocking again. Oh. Oh, I couldn't block that. Okay. I forgot about that move hits beside him. Can you capture Malzeno? I don't think so, because Elder Dragon, but I still need to ask. No, sadly you cannot. I wish I can though. Making costume. Oh, the Faustrak's armor. Oh, yeah. Of course. The Faustrak's armor. How can I forget about it? I feel like Sword and Shield is good against Malzeno. Because, like, Malzeno is not huge, by all means. Doesn't fly 24/7. Not a bad matchup is what I'm trying to say. Whoa, shit. Evade extender, baby. Alright. What is this? Hi. Ninfi, hi. Oh my god, I have no stamina. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Malzeno is huge, what do you mean? I mean, I never said Malzeno is small. I cannot just keep blocking. Run away first. Oh, you two know each other? Oh, cool. Oh. Wait, who are you aiming at? Ibuki? Okay. Nice, nice. I forgot about that move. Drink! Oh. Hey, I should get sucked, it's fine. Locust Trimmer is neutral. Oh, hey, cool. I so reacted to it. Oh my god, I'm the best. I'm bad. Don't look. I'm bad. Oh, too fast. When they do it point blank, I cannot look at it. Oh my god, I blocked the wrong way. Oh. Oh, I rolled with. Oh no, that's bad. The second he has more range? Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Have a chance, I think. Oh my god, I don't like this. Oh gee. Oh god. Oh boy. I'm out of heals. I'm out of heals. Did I bring Farcaster? I don't know why I didn't take Farcaster. All good, all good. Who needs Farcaster when you have skills? Like mine. Look at this. Look at this fish. Fish will save my life. I think I'm fine enough. Oh, too early. I got greedy. Oh my god. Huh, I forgot what this is. Oh yeah, this is like the last phase, right? You are a lot more faster. Do I even have a chance to attack? Right, gamer lean. Whoa, you have to feint? Damn, that's hard. Oh boy. Okay, fish. I dodged the wrong way. Can you not? Ooh, that is fast. Oh, you cannot block that? Oh. Fish. I'm wasting precious moments, please. It's okay, just do this. Alright. No greed. Focus on dodging. Oh, wow, dog, nice, cool. Hit, nice, free. Cannot attack, cannot attack. Oh, I forgot about that. It's fine. Woo! No, it's not. I forgot about it. Fish. Oh, fuck. My fault. Eat the fish! Okay, good. I forgot about it. Are you tired? I have no sharpness left. I got greedy. Oh! Oh! Oh, the outside will also have a wave! Yeah. It's fine. I think I dodged pretty well towards the end, though. Double blink is not a feint. Him losing control. It's okay, it's a feint. You know what? Lesson learned. Bring Farcaster next time. I don't know why I decided not to take the Farcaster. Look, that's just on me, man. That's just me being stupid. It's fine, I got this. Game's easy. Oh. Yeah, I think Sword Shield is not bad. But even though... let's use Heckin Lens. I feel great about Lens. I'm gonna do it. I mean, the thing is, when I use Lens, there's like triple Malzeno going on. Triple the action, you know what I mean? Like, It's so good though, triple Malzeno. I got this. Look, this is the one. Have you seen how much I dodged this now? Although this one I have no what is it? Effect extender. Lunch taking a while. It's okay. You're eating lunch while watching? On the phone, I assume? Need to farm bloodstone from him? Wait, he has a bloodstone? Shit. Drag you to anomaly. I don't think I'll be dragging to an anomaly. I don't know. Is there anomaly Malzeno or like anomaly Primordial? Only as extra monster? See, not anomaly bad. Anomaly is like the Masato World guiding lens. I'm going to try EX Reasons. True. EX Reasons does sound kind of fun though. Oh, that was fast. I keep forgetting about it.
Counter. Counter.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh, I regret my decisions, my deeds. Is that unblockable? No way, right? Oh. I'm actually like trying salty right now. It's not salty, but I'm trying hard right now. Like I'm trying to laser focus on this game and trying to win. So I might be a little bit more quiet than usual. I'm sorry in advance. Oh shit. Oh, too late. I thought I got this one. Oh, I got greedy. Oh, I didn't look at it. It's fine, everything's fine. Oh, blood light. Nice. Oh. Oh, I cannot just do it again? Okay. Hey, nice! Oh! Wait a minute. Not the stab. To be fair though, considering the first time I tried using Lance against this big boy, I did pretty well. So it's only fair in like how many tries is this? I lost count. Should be doing well against this right now, you know. I learned. Oh, too far. Now the only problem is that I need to sharpen my knife a lot. Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought I can do it. It's been a while since I'm like laser focused on a game like this. Actually tiring. But I want to win this. I cannot block this, I'm stupid. Okay. Another one? Oh! Hey! Hey! Oh, I can block this one, okay. I feel like Nova is coming. Yeah, well. Intuition. Why is that one not as painful? Oh! That is so fast. Although I was healing, so I didn't even look at it. Oh, why do I feel everything's falling apart? Not like this. Why? Whoa, range. No! Not like this. You know what? Good? 34k before first death? I smell it. The wind. It's already here. The wind? Yeah. I already feel it. Just play Amatsu armor and ability to sharpen. What does Amatsu's armor do again? Is there something that... Is there something with Amatsu armor that just... I'm not even trying to remember at this point. Like, it's been too long. It's been too long. Heaven Send, level 3 infinite sharpness. Oh. Wait, they're just catering to DB player. It feels like they just heard like DB player just say, "Walao, the fucking sharpness keep dying. Yeah, cannot just keep cutting things." Like, don't worry, we have Heaven Send level 3. You're welcome. Now please shut the fuck up. It's so infinite stamina. Look, that is entirely for fucking DB. Double is already so strong. Excuse me. How about SNS? Double perfect rush damage, please. And perfect rush, every single hit has a block, has a parry frame to it. Like, where's my wondrous sword and shield build, huh? What am I doing? Oh, lens? Your lens uses it? I mean, I can see why lens uses it, yeah. But still, infinite sharpness. Ooh. I'm not getting sucked today. I'm sorry. Even though I want to. Oh, I got greedy. It's fine. Heal. Oh? Hello? Oh. No similar consumption of blocking is nice. Honestly, yeah. Now that I'm playing Lens, I can see it. Oh! I still kind of want to get the tail. Oh, too late. Oh my god, damage! Look like. Look at Blood Blight. Yeah, Blood Blight is actually helping the players. It's not even a blight at this point. Blight, Blood Blight, Blood Buff. Ayo. I need sharpen. Hello, let me sharpen, thank you. I used the wrong skill. Oh! Range! Oh my god. Oh! Man. Hi, Merp. That's all. It's okay. I'll wait for you, Merp. It's the rolling bold. Oh, it didn't trigger? Dang it, butts. Sounds about right. Okay, I got this, I got this. I got this. The kobold got this. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'll do it with Lance. Hit me, hit me. Woohoo! I'm dead. I'm not dead? Oh my god. And over, here I go again. Yeah. Welcome in, Mer. Sorry about the ad, but hope you're doing it. Oh my god. I survived the Nova somehow. Oh! Oh, that works. Nice. Oh boy. Which is why I always need to sharpen. There it is. Now I just need to keep dodging. Going for the cheese. I might be dead here. Why do I dodge there? Go, 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 go. Get some health back. Oh no. They actually guilty gears out? Yeah. Don't apologize to the Twitch thing. But still. Appreciate it. Finding strength and remove the curse of the dragon. Yeah. In a way, ooh, that's fun. Prime mouse combo is the longest combo in the game. Even longer than the good boy. Even longer than the thunder good boy. 8 attacks before he goes down. Damn. Might as well just go play Killer Instinct. Eh. I don't know what weapon to use. Counter. Let me think. I never tried hammer, but my hammer is terrible. My hammer is so bad. Let's try it. Hammer is who? Diablos? Yeah. Use normal Malzeno armor set? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a good armor set, no? The self-heal, so good. I mean, at least I personally love the armor set, yeah? Also, I'm staying very far away from the microphone. I am very far away from the microphone. Okay, there we go. Well, then, let's try hammer. I mean, never try, never know. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I think I need to recap on how to use hammer. This is what I get. This is what I get for not playing. I think I have this. Yeah. And then charge in the biggest one and then just bonk. Like some sort of combo, and then now it's just like until second charge and I just do this. I mean, it's not bad. It's elementally weak to dragon. Oh, no wonder. Like sometimes when my health bar just bye, when my health bar just says bye bye. I mean, do I have KO level 3? Oh, I do have Slugger level 3. You know what? Yeah. Let's go. I'm here to bonk, and I'm here to bonk as a kobold. I got this. Everything else is physical, but the Curio Laser is mostly elemental. I'm gonna assume the Nova is dragon as well. Because, well, Nova. Very dragon colored. How many hours? 4 hours? Don't worry about it. I got this. This game, easy. Primordial has a primordial, easy. Look at this. Help! What the fuck? Boom. Yeah. You wanna hit me? You wanna hit me? Oh! All good. No. Oh, I have to preemptively press it, I forgot. Let's say it's a very slow counter. I got greedy, help. I'm still on the ground. Let's go. Oh wait, what time's now? I realized I have an event. I have a small event tonight. Oh god, I forgot. There's some other hammer. 4 p.m. Oh okay. Oh my god, I think I have to go at around 5 or 6 to celebrate my sister's birthday. At where? We're going hot pot. Yeah. If not, yeah. Oh shit, the track. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so fast, I cannot counter that one. Oh! Free meal, need that skill. Yeah, right? Imagine if we have that skill. That would be so good. Whoa, mama! I don't think I'm good with hammer. I gotta make an executive decision. If I die now, it'll be the first time I'll be abandoning a quest, and I hate it. But hammer, I don't really think is the way to go. Oh! What is going on? Oh yeah. Hi Barnaby. Go 99? No. Well, yeah, there you go. I have successfully 99 in game. Hi Barnaby. God no, sorry. I don't think I can do it with hammer. I don't feel confident enough. I feel bad. How to avoid a meteor strike like a monster hunter? Lie down, stand on the crater. Sleep. Not now. Yeah, so far there's 2 weapons. Still wood? No. No, not wood. I'm not wood. It's really time for you to use longsword. I don't know. I don't feel confident with my longsword as well currently. Okay, I'll try once. I'll try once. Like, I don't even know if I can do with longsword at this point. I don't really trust my longsword skills. I'm gonna try. Oh, how can I forget about good? How can I forget about Narga? Wood is a thing in Chinese Kung Fu that is martial morality. Wude. Oh, you're right, Wude. Oh. Good catch. Holy shit. Didn't even take into consideration that Wude is martial morality. I don't know if I got this. Like, I know I made longsword, but since I didn't play this game for so long, I don't trust my longsword skills anymore. Let's go! Hi, Granite. Beeps. I will yip the beep. Oh, Farcaster, Farcaster. Why use longsword? You can use longest sword. God, truer words have not been said. Let's go! Wait, do I know how to use longsword? Fuck. I don't remember. Let's do it. I don't care. I win. Longsword OP. We all know this. Although I do know one move. But I'm not gonna do it. Come here. Oh my god. No, I'm not playing World. I almost reacted to it. Ooh. I should have delayed it. I'm bad. I'll take it. I don't take. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. No. No. I'm bad, Chad. I'm bad. Oh my god. I used too much. I used too much wire bug, and look where that got me. I like the fighting style of this monster, like using the hard edges of these wings and blade and stuff. I know, right? I mean, Malzeno in general is just really good. You don't need to be good to have fun in game. True. Very true. Honestly, no matter your skill level, just have fun. It's the most important thing. Although now I'm trying to get past this Primordial Malzeno. Do need to get good a little bit. Right, let's try it. Introduce Merp to Valstrax. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Too early? Oh! Very generous? What am I doing? I'll do it again. I'm bad. I missed again. Oh, raw? Oh, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. What are you gonna do? Okay. You're showing me, alright. I got lied to. Ooh. Raw again? Really? I never seen Malzeno do that twice. Raw. Oh my god. No. The classic, okay. I'm doing it. This is probably death, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh my god, I'm bad. I think I sheaved. Nice. Stop. Oh my god, why do you sound like that move so much? Oh, this fast. I rolled it. Oh wait. Oh wait. I mean, that's not a bad exchange, right? I'm dead. Oh my god, I can do it? Yep, okay. Whoa! Oh, I can attack. I am in immense pain. I should have stopped. I'm dead. No! Dog! Dog! Oh my god, dog pog. Pog dog. Dog pog, hot dog. I'm doing it. I wasted it. It's a huge window. Wait a minute. I'll take it. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck? That is so fast. Dog, please come here. I need your help. Alright. Oh! I forgot about it. Fish. Fish, 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 fish. Eek. Oh boy, that was not worse. I took a bug. I'll take it. Ow. Not like this. Good. Let's go. Oh my god. I'm the best. Sorry, I shouted. Too far. I have no bar, no bar. No bar. Oh shit. Almost died. cast. The mocap for this gets hilarious if we get to see it. I mean, isn't it gonna be hilarious for all of the monsters, to be honest? You know, since they're not humanoid. But I would love to see how they do it. Oh my god, good thing I rolled. I'm charging it. This might spell my death. Oh, I'll take it! Oh man. Hey, nice. Sharpen. Sharpen. Oh, I forgot about that move. Woohoo. Again? I'm doing it again. Alright, you know what? Not bad, not bad. Oh boy, the range, man, the range. The heal. Oh. I hate it here. Oh man. I didn't. Oh, you missed. I hate you. I hate you. Nice. Oh my god, nice. Long sword for the win, baby. I feel it. Huh. I don't know why I tried to do that. I don't know why I tried to do that. That was kind of stupid. Okay. Not okay. Fish. I can eat fish. Fish. No. I'm doing it. Oh, free! Let's go! I'll take it. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Ooh, where's my bug? I was spamming it. Oh no, not like this. I was so close though. Oh, I got stunned. Oh my god, unfortunate. Don't worry about it. This is the one I feel it. Why is there no feline insurance here? Or feline safeguard? Where my feline insurance, huh? I want my feline insurance back. Wow, really? Really? You dodged that? Oh, raw. Okay. Okay, dodge, dodge. Don't attack, don't attack. Play it safe, play it safe, play it safe. Alright, play it safe. I said play it safe. Oh my god. Only back at base where I have beeline insurance. Okay, fine. Okay, don't get greedy. Just a few hits is good enough. They dodged it. Range. That works. I don't know if I can do it. I'm doing anyway. This is so greedy. Oh, I'll take it. Fish. Oh. I got greedy. Oh, I tried. I'm stunned. Yeah, too bad. I don't know why I tried to zip past that projectile. I should have just waited. This is just me being stupid. No. Yeah, you know, just my longsword is not good enough currently. Yeah, I feel that as well. It's 439. I could go for one more try, like just one more, with longsword again. Because the booking is at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. plus some time to prepare. I mean, I don't need much time to prepare, to be honest. Alright, last one. Last one. Last one. Alright, last one. If I cannot win against Hazard Hazard Primordial, then well, guess I'm stuck. Look, I'm okay with that, I guess. Just go. Look, I got this. Well, while I still have the muscle memory on, let's do it. Look, I got this. I got this. I so got this. I love how for 4.5 hours it's like, I got this. Before tomorrow live stream again. I don't know, to be honest. Tomorrow is Saturday. Saturday I tend to kind of want to play Zelda. I'm not too sure. But we'll see. Yeah. Alright, gamer lean. still can't react to that. Not good. I should have jumped back. Oh no, how? Oh no, how? Oh my god, I died from that? Oh. What did I delay that? Let's go. Yeah. Oh, I'll take it. It's not bad. Oh, that's a bit. Oh my god, how did I? How? If it's far enough, I can not roll? But it's such a huge risk, man. Oh. I'm doing it. Oh! It's fine. Alright. I'm gonna take this opportunity to sharpen my knife. I know it's kind of stupid, but hey. This is the if it works moment. Oh, the tail. Nice, nice, nice. That's pretty good. Oh god. Oh god. I love the sound. Have I ever mentioned that I love the sound design of Primordial Malzeno? God damn it! Oh god. I'm healing. Poison? Oh, raw! Oh my god, I tried to roll away. What, try to? Oh, I'll take. Ooh. Oh no. I cannot roll. My dogs are sleeping. Well, it's a sweet death at least. Hey, I'll take it. I will take I would take it any day. You know, I am getting bodied by Primordial Malzeno. I'll take it. This is great. I did ask to get bodied lots of times, you know, throughout my session, like throughout my multiple sessions of Masanta Rise. I just keep saying that, oh, the game is like, doesn't throw anything crazy at us. And then now this Primordial Malzeno is like, yep, you know what, yep. I love, I love this. This is great. Although the music though, fucking music though. Why in this shitty ass stage though? Ooh, I'll take it. Oh, I got greedy. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. Oh. It's fine. Wait for it. Okay. It almost died. Oh, fuck. Too far. What? I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. That was not bad. That is very bad. Fish. Oh, free. Oh my god. The moment I try to hit. Okay, I sheathed. Look at that. I can't look at shit. Oh my god. I thought I died 10 times over. Okay. Heal, heal. That was not good heal. Oh my god, I shouldn't have rolled. I was safe. Oh, alright. Okay, wait, Malzeno, wait, Malzeno, wait. Okay. What does Fire Blight do? Even until at this point, I don't know what the Fire Blight do. Oh. Damage over time? Oh, okay. Oh, I cannot. I'm doing it. I'm dead. Why did I decide to do it now? Maybe I should not be doing that, honestly. Opportunity. I'll take it. Nice. Oh! Oh, Nelly! I see a path. I see the light. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Oh. Oh my god, I got good. Oh, I could have just rolled forward. I'm doing it. Oh! Oh! I hate it here. Oh god. It's fine. Oh, damage! I mean, the amount I heal is also insane. So, should not be complaining. Oh boy. Oh! Wait, there was not a squish? Okay, okay, I have a chance of it. Dog, please. Dog, please. I am... Alright. Did I just dodge that? I call skill. I call skill. Dibs. Dibs. Oh. Oh. That's okay, Queen. Take it slow. Yep. No. Ooh. Hello? I have no bar, no bar? Okay. I'm doing it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Free! Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that was fast. Oh my god, the thing! I hate it. Bad idea. I forgot about it. Keep healing, it's fine. Mad. Again, shit. No, roll forward. I am livid. You're not gonna grow tired? Are you gonna be tired now? I will sharpen. Yes, I will sharpen right now. And I'll eat the fish. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Eat everything, eat everything. Big boy, okay. I got the Farcaster. Farcaster! Bye bye! Alright. Let's recoup. Get the turtle. I cannot drink this anymore, right? So, okay, potions are back. Mega potions, honey, herb. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. One more for good measure. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go, 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 go. I cannot recognize that. I really cannot. What the fuck? I don't think it's a good idea to just stay outside of that ring. Whoa, what? I'm doing it. What? Not the best, but I'll take it. Okay, it's just this move that's killing me right now. Got greedy. I got greedy the sequel. Enjoy finding him? Oh, hell yeah, you bet. This is what I'm looking for. Hey, I rolled. An awful fish. Nice. Yeah. I'm doing it. Go, 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 go. Charge, 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 charge. Hit. Bad. I really cannot. I still don't understand that one. I need to get hit more times before I can understand that. It's the only way. I'm doing it. Go, 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 go. Not enough time. Free! Let's go! Easy. That was free. GG. Fuck yeah, dude. I got bodied multiple times. I'll take it. Yay. The kobold has lifted her curse. Wink wonk. To a certain someone, wink wonk. God, this is fun. Beauty Fang? Beauty Fang? Fuck yeah, dude. Primordial, baby. This is great. Yeah, I mean... yeah, I know, right? I cannot wait to get all Malzeno's armor. Doku! We did it! 5 hours! 5 hours, dude. Oh, that was great. No bloodstone? Fair. Madness Parasite? Primordial Tail? I think there's only like a few new materials for Malzeno, I think. That was great. Fuck yeah. Yay. Oh my god, everything needs like 300? 600? Heavenly Dragon's Fight. This is... who? Amatsu's one, I think? Yeah. Yeah, everything needs like... oh, even Velkana needs 600? I did it. And you know what? Just in time, too. Only metal missing is Primordial 1. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Primordial just came out last week. I can't believe I waited a week before trying this out. But it's all good. God. The weapon looks so good. I know, honestly, at the back of my mind, I honestly didn't think I'm gonna do it just now, that one, because I was not doing too well. Multiple times I almost died, but hey, I will take it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do a lot more hunts off stream. I can now play this off stream if I have the time, that is. If I have the time, I can play this off stream now. See, how am I supposed to get all these things? Who needs augmentation when you have skill? You know, when you have skill, you don't need augmentation. I don't want to fight anomaly quest. You just fight the same thing over again. It's like restarting the game, but they're all bugged. You know, it's like they're mega bugged. Well, I did it, and I think it's a good time to stop as well, since I have something that I need to do tonight. And it's also, yeah, I did it. Unspoken goal. The end stuff is Risen Elder Dragon. I don't care. I'm counting this one as the end stuff. I don't care. Like, how can you not consider Primordial Malzeno as not the end stuff? It's weird looking at my character like this again. It's so weird to look at the human face in Masanto right now. Oh, damn. Oh. Oh, I remember all the colors that all jumped up together because I changed the layered armor because of Akuma. I don't know why this is a thing, god damn it. Why is this a goddamn thing, man? Why is Akuma red, purple, pink, yellow, green? I hate it. I hate it. Yeah, I still like this. Like, Malzeno plus a bit of a clothing. Very nice. Okay, lah. I will stop here for now. And I have to rush. I have to rush a little bit since time. 5:15. Yeah, I might have to rush a little bit. You know, get ready and some shit like that. Yeah. Okay, lah. Fun. And maybe sometimes when I want to like just have fun with this game, maybe I'll just stream this one. But since it's officially ending, you know, no more Masanto Rise content anymore. Developer wise, you know, there's no more new content for Masanto Rise anymore. So let me stand up for a little bit. Drag you to EX Risens once you get bodied by Bara Files. Vals is Bara? Edge. Yeah, okay. Let me just... Do I want to go 3D? Nah, I don't think so. There's no need. Then tomorrow, since today the curse has been lifted, so tomorrow I can play Zelda. I mean, not saying tomorrow I cannot play Zelda if I didn't lift the curse. Wink wonk. I love this. All right. Let me find. Before I find the right target, that was mine. Cat kiss. I think my favorite is Lika. Lika? No, Lika? I think it's this one. Oh, I forgot how to type it. Yeah, oh, it's all caps. I was like, is it L and A caps only? It's like, no, it's all caps. Liquor. Definitely my favorite. Liquor. What was I listening to again? Oh, yeah, I was listening to the Street Fighter 6 OST. Street Fighter 6 Battle Hub Lobby. This one. Listen to this. This is from Street Fighter, everyone. So good. I've been listening to this one when I sleep. Feels good. I love it. Very chill. Good vibes in general. Very quiet. Very soothing. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Bricky. Oh. There's the Zeros, another kobold that I found yesterday. Yesterday when Seal raided the Zeros, it's like, oh my god, another kobold. Is it just me or is kobold kind of rare? Is kobold kind of rare, huh? Oh no, he's he's playing Tears of the Kingdom. I cannot look at it. I cannot look at it. Raid Malzeno. God, let me check if there's actually a Malzeno. Malzeno on Twitch? Where? If there's actually an account, but it should be. It should be. Okay, Malzeno. No exact spelling. There's Malzeno 924, Malzeno with double N, Malzeno 97, Malzeno PH, Philippines PH. Oh, welcome back, Pinky. No, things did combo into each other. It's okay, Pinky. I understand. Real life happens. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I would drink though. I would drink. Yes, bad timing. Thank you for streaming. It's okay. Happens to be shout out Malzeno. There's no exact. We could try. Yeah, account is default image. Yeah. Oh wait, that's much more clever than what I'm trying to do. Search on Twitch. Search on Twitch, excuse me. I could just go twitch.tv/Melazena. There it is. It's just a default image. I'll be the first Malzeno follower. That's how shadow commands get the link. True. Malzeno follower though. Well, I'll raid and I'll do a deep lurk in the Zero stream. A new kobold too. I love it. I love him. That's a really nice looking kobold. Twitch search has a habit of listing accounts with similar names first and then the exact one above. Yeah, it's so... Sorry, but that's stupid. Oh, I mean, I know I'm in a rush, but I heard someone in the bathroom. So I cannot bath currently. Let's talk a little bit. That's one thing I want to mention. So Twitch lately has been pushing out a lot of weird policies, right? Like I know they don't really like bother me or anything since I'm like so small that it doesn't really affect me in any way possible. So I'm glad, but at the same time, the 50-50 split is by all means okay lah, you know, okay lah ho. And then I heard from other people for the streaming service, and by other people, yesterday I was talking to one of my real life friends in the middle school. They know that I've been doing streaming for a while at home. So they were like, hey, have you heard of this this other streaming platform? It's like, 你知道这个直播另外一个平台，你知道可以 stream 吗? I was like, oh shit, what about it? And then they say that the revenue split, they heard the revenue split is 95% streamer, 5% Kicks. So it's like, yeah, Kicks is the streaming platform. I was like, hey, yeah, 95 is a lot. I'm like, are you sure that there's no catch? Kick only works because of the gambling site. Ah, I see. It's not rentable? Yeah. You know what? I shouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Because 95-5 split is insane, right? It's actually insane, I would say. You already know about it before you can even type the question. Yeah, it's... I heard about that. I was like, oh shit, let me look at it. It's like, yep, it's... Well, real in the sense I didn't even do any research, but it's tempting, but I think I'll still stick on Twitch currently. Albeit Twitch right now is like kind of a shithole. But hey, I have my own community here. See? I have my own lovely community here. They're gambling on paying enough people to stream so it becomes a viable platform. Ooh, that kind of gambling, damn. They probably just get fuel money by the gambling site. It sure feels like it. Like 95-5 split without any catch seems a little too good to be true. Everyone just go there, you know, which is what they want. Would not be surprised at all if it either just shuts off at some point and lower the split. Yeah, like I was reading it. It's tempting. Like I am not gonna lie, it is tempting. 95-5. How the fuck, right? How the fuck? And then they're also talking about like paying hourly rate by the average viewer count and the follower count, I think. I was like, oh shit, cool, I guess, cool, you know, cool. I think, I don't know. But yeah, me talking about all these, I'm still gonna stick with Twitch. Like, I don't think I'm brave enough. I don't think I'm brave enough to just jump platform like that. Like, even if I jump platform, I don't even know how the emotes are gonna do like everything. Yeah, there's no transfer. There's only like I can only tell a few of my active viewers like, oh, I'll be, well, not real. I'll be jumping to kick. You know, if I say this, only a few of you know. It's like, oh shit, what? You know. YouTube can easily do 70-30 split because they don't worry about the money they make off streamers because of how big their ad game is. True. I mean, their ad game is done way better than Twitch. That's all I have to say about it. A Twitch ad game is stupid. They don't even want to implement a skip ad button. They just want people suffer. They like to watch people suffer. I don't get why. Twitch trying to do it more ads so they don't have to worry too much about the number. Yeah, but done worse.
Yep.
Oh, hi Lex.
Yep.
How you doing, Lex? Good morning. I like Twitch streams is nowhere near their main thing. Their main thing is... Oh, sorry. Sorry. I didn't drink coffee today, but all good. But throw egg. They want the short-term success for the investors and advertisers. That stuff's gonna come in the long term. Advertisers hate when you can skip their ad. True. Although I've been seeing not a lot, but a few advertisers actually like adapt to the skip ad button. You know what I mean? Like they know the skip ad button is there, so they advertise their main thing in just 5 seconds. So like when people skip the ad, they still don't miss much because that's the main thing they're gonna promote. It's like, oh, clever. To try advertisers first and do the quality of life for stream. Yeah, sounds about right. Hi Rogue. So wonder if skipping ads actually has an effect on brand recognition. I don't think so. Like if you were to slap the brand name in the first 3 to 5 seconds, people will know that's advertisement, and that is clever too. You know, people can do that. They can. They don't need like 10 hour of a video just advertising their own thing. You know, they don't need that. People like me never really look or listen when the long ad is playing. I don't think anyone does. Like, it's not just you. Me too. I don't think anyone look at ads that's more than 1 minute. People like me, I legit can't tell you any recent ad me saw on Twitch. It's all long, which I hate, right? And I know I'm the streamer who puts a lot of ads in, so sorry about that, you know. But still appreciate you guys sitting through all the ads. You know, it helps. Albeit I hate it, but it helps. TV ads are long, and the amount of people that just sit there and watch it. Yeah, because TV ads, how do I say this? It's a yeah, shit. People just watch it. But then it's like in TV you have no choice, right? Like it's a broadcasted program towards the towards everywhere, like universal, I think. So when the ad plays, everyone who's tuned into the TV or the channel will watch the ad. Haven't seen a TV ad in over a decade at this point. Same, to be honest. I didn't even watch any TV. Like, the TV is used to play Switch at this point. So yeah. Don't watch TV? Same. I don't. Like, there's YouTube. There's so many fun things to look at. The thing I hate about Twitch is that the stream keeps going while you get interrupted with shows that doesn't happen with TV. True. There's no pause button because it's stream. It's a live stream for a reason. Welcome back, Mert. Hope you have good lunch. I'm gonna go get dinner soon, so I'm ending a little bit earlier than usual to celebrate my sister's birthday. Switch good use for TV, right? The main point why Twitch ads are unbearable. Because it's a live stream. There's nothing they can really do about it. They did have the banner ads, which I think it's pretty okay. If they were to just remove the absolute interruption of an ad.
Ooh, shiny.
Oh, see, I'm getting a banner ad right now, which is like good. I'm watching Desirous stream right now. They could not mute the stream. Happy hashtag couple sister, yay. Yay. Thanks, Merp. If you're watching like a cartoon that airs every 30 minutes, the show is about 22 to 30 minutes long, and the rest are ads. Well, not entirely. They could have banner ads instead of videos and video ads without audio, so you could still hear the stream. Yeah, this ad is good. Like, I'm watching banner ad right now. Don't have enough time. See? This one still have the screen and the sound. Right? So like this ad, I think it's pretty good. But still, it's on the advertisers, so advertisers like banner ads. Fuck you! I want a full video ad. You little shit. Promote my things. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Banner ads on mobile. I get banner ads. I get banner ads sometimes. Most of the time, I still get the fucking intrusive ads. Not defending Twitch, I'm just trying to explain. Oh yeah, I understand. Don't worry. no one like ads. I think it's safe to say. Can tell your banner ads me so compared to video ones since they remain in my field. Oh, it's a weird topic. Funny enough, aside from very rare banner ads and entry stream ads on mobile doesn't show any more ads. PC will still do the hourly ones. Maybe they just didn't care about the mobile version of Twitch at this point. Like, the mobile version of Twitch is like, oh, you do this? Oh, okay, whatever, hee. We don't care, hee. It feels like, that feels like the Twitch mobile version currently. I mean, no ads on mobile? Fuck yeah, dude. Mobile still shows it almost sync with the PC. Oh. Well, that's another thing. Oh my god, my sister is bathing so long. What the hell? Oh, there could be another one. I have 3 sisters at home. Nah, it's okay. I can wait. It's nice me as the mobile app open and listen to the stream during ads still. Oh. I probably should raid. I probably should raid. I've noticed. Oh no, I don't know what that is. Added features I've seen on that. Oh, they've added features I've seen on desktop. However, mobile is still very prone to bug over longer periods of time. Mobile version is just not stable. It's just not stable, I think. And they don't even bother to fix it, I think. No, honestly though, I should not be complaining too much. Like, I am allowed to do this right now. Like, honestly, if it weren't for you guys being here, I would not be here. So, hey, I should stop complaining. It's great. I love doing this. And speaking of, I still need to like prepare. I didn't even prepare anything for 1K still. For the past few days I was like, teeth. Teeth hurts. Help. Why am I watching someone play Tears of the Kingdom? I'm just spoiling myself at this point. Scroll down. I'm gonna do a deep lurk. I'm gonna do a deep lurk to another kobold. Oh, one another small thing. Very, very small thing. When I was offline, let me see, how long was it? Oh, there it is. Yesterday, when I was offline. A person named Wolfie Kobold followed me. A fellow kobold? Excuse-moi? Let me check out the channel. A fellow kobold though. Ooh. I love kobolds. AI says you probably means Google. Redeem's not showing up, redeem button disappearing, chat send button disappearing. Oh yeah. It's like so normal at this point. The mobile version, sounds like normal happening. It's weird. Android seems to have some problem with the cache. Is the empty that pretty often for these to work again? Oh shit. I never thought about that. Oh, speaking of, there is Deep Rock Galactic that I kind of want to try out these days because there's more things according to Fansenia. Although they are fixing the kobold mod, so I don't know. I haven't installed the Maxwell cat mod they sent in the suggestions. I'll put it in soon, very soon. I don't know if I can put it in now since the game updated. So yeah. I should just close the app and reopen usually works too. Oh, I never tried any of those. I just like, oh, that's my life now. No more redeem scene. That's it. Okay. Such is my life. Also, I tried out Yark. Remember the kobold game that who told me again? Shit, I don't remember. Ah, god. I forgot who told me about the kobold game with the PS1 aesthetic. Yark, I think. Check. Yeah, it's just called Yark. Y-A-R-K. Yark. Yeah, kobold game demo. I tried it. It's buggy, but I love it. It's so adorable. You can yip on demand too, so it's like, yeah. What's not to love about it? What's not to love about it? I'm excited for the game to come out. It's cute. I love it. Love a good PS1 aesthetic. I know, right? It's so rare. The PS1 aesthetic is actually done quite well, I have to say. It's not bad. Like, I know it's still just a very, very early demo, but yeah, it's pretty good. Understand? Understand? Oh. The 4% label emptying cache is speed boost by percentage, which is kind of funny. Emptying cache is a speed boost? Okay. I guess it's a common thing for a phone to do, huh? It's like speed boost your phone, empty your garbage, and then empty your cache, and like delete some junk files, and your phone is now in top condition. I was like, cool. Hell yeah. I guess. I don't know. Okay lah. I'm just gonna summon Bernie real quick. I'm ready to go get some dinner soon. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. See things such as ads in the file manager and what? Ads in the file manager? Damn, thirsty. You have sheep? Yeah, true. It's possible to give a boost to speed, yes, though not guaranteed. I guess it's good then. Labeling it as that is still fun. A speed boost. Just delete cache and you get the speed boost. Oh yeah, let me type into raid to a Daziras. A kobold you guys never seen before, or have, I don't know. But either way, another very adorable kobold. I can't believe I didn't find them. but now I do. So yeah. But for Subat. But for Subat. Gonna love Butspot. Oh wait, I can change Butspot's settings, right? What if I change Butspot setting to, instead of saying Butspot yip instead? Pinky butt. Leave me set word. Change the word I butterfly with default is but. This command can be entered in Butspot's chat. Okay, so if I type it here, set word. Yep. Change the word butterfly with default is but. Okay. There. Oh, I did it. Now we just wait for Butspot to do things. Then it says what changed to yip. There it is. Thanks, Butspot. Test. Test. But it's not happening. Butspot, where are you? Butspot, help. You just need to send a long text cause Butspot love those. Oh shit. I bet you can't butterfly this message. Oh my god, Butspot is sleeping. Spams are allowed right now for a few seconds. I think the Butspot don't replace single words. Oh shit. So many words they can't resist. Oh yeah, emotes work. Everyone spam liquor. Everyone spam liquor. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Based on the context you provided, it appears that usually. Here, let me spam this one as well. Liquor. You probably please typo Miss Yipling. I love it. Miss Yipling of a word or yip. It is possible that the intended word was Google or similar yip. Similar yip related to technolo yip or software. Technolo yip, I love it. Without more yip information or clarification yip. It is yiplinging to determine the exact meaning or referent of yip. It is yip. Yip information or clarification yip. Clarification yip. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, I'm tearing up. Fuck.
Technologia.
Technology. Clarification yip. We need it. I need some clarification yip. Am I allowed to get clarification? Fuck.
Clarificate IPYIP.
Oh, Butspot, you suck. Sorry, not Butspot. Text to speech, you suck. Butspot, you're lovely. I love you. I was thinking about adding a module in my bot that does what Butspot does, but I didn't do it. Clarification IPYIP. Okay, I'm gonna read for real this time. Oh shit, why is it all in caps? Oh yeah, liquor. I was spamming liquor. The zeros. Okay. Again, tomorrow I'll do Zelda lo. I think tomorrow I can do Zelda, yeah. Me's being rated like a cuddling cat. Oh, teachers try can't give it the yiptitude. Oh, that was supposed to be on TTS. And can't keep up with the YIP-tude. I don't know how he's gonna pronounce it. Okay, I type in the raid now. I'm ready to raid, so before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you.
Yeah.
Love y'all so much. You guys are amazing. DTS sucks. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here. Love y'all. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? You pee cause you drank water. I mean, Breen, that's just normal reaction, huh? Breen, join us with the raid. Alright, here comes right to the zeros. Under the kobold. Boom. Thank you guys again. Yeah. Yeah, shout out Breen. The very nice Shineku. You know what? I'm gonna shout out. I'm gonna shout out Brecky. just once. I know Brecky said not to, but I'll do it once. Sorry, Brecky. But I do enjoy your stream a lot, so yeah. Just once. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Rate shinies. Hey, that's a raid message. We're gonna. That's a good quote. We're gonna raid the zero shiny. A kobold stealing kobold shiny? It's fine, right? It's just shinies. I love shinies. I'm taking those. Any shiny I can get. Yeah. Eco stick. What? You pee because you drank water. Oh my god, that sentence. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Be safe. Bye. Love y'all. Bye. No. YIP, huh?